Oh, oh. Welcome. Oh, fuck. I gotta put that away. Welcome, minions. Sorry. Forgot to put my little menu away. My model menu. For all of my funny little things. Hello. Welcome back to another week, minions. Another week of fun streaming. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I have so been looking forward to continuing the game. I really like the second case. We're gonna start the third one today. And I'm really looking forward to, because I loved the first two cases. The second case really went in a direction I did not expect. With the, it was just all investigation, no court case. Which I guess works for the format, because you're teaming up with Sherlock Sholmes, and, in the completely unrelated Sherlock Holmes stories, you know, Holmes didn't take you to court, he just solved the mystery right then and there. Parlor mystery, you might call it. It's somewhat Leighton-esque in that way, I guess. Now, let's see if Ryunosuke gets accused of murder again, huh? So, we're gonna start Episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Interesting. I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. London, 5th Avenue.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Ooh, cold.
A murder in a carriage.
Oh, I think I remember this one too. I've read all the Sherlock Holmes stories.
Dead of night.
I think I remember this one too.
Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Oh.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, once
No
said of the
relation to
incident,
another show. No relation to any fictional character.
that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Or maybe this is an original one? I might be misremembering. Because I'm pretty sure the speckled band quote at the beginning of Case 2 was directly from the story, but this one mentions Ryunosuke.
Amazing.
Oh, I like his cape.
Is this really just a railway station?
He looks like Raido Kuzunoha. I guess that's just like a standard uniform, though. It's not something Raido invented.
Steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I really want to play the Raido games sometimes. I should get to those someday. Maybe they'll release an HD port of it.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
I think this is the longest animated cutscene so far.
Where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall.
I mean, I assume they have to pay him. He's a horse taxi. Oi!
I suppose you're visiting students from
Where's
abroad,
your
eh?
coach driving license?
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the center of the world, Great Britain.
The center of the world for like 5 more years. I bet a lot of those bottles have really terrible drinks in them. You're right, the gig essay. Those bottles people were selling by the fountain, I bet they're horrible substances. 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. The British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yeah, this is what I imagine a Chief Justice's office would look like. In the middle, is this in Big Ben? Like, are they gonna pan out and you're inside Big Ben? Because it's a big clock, right? What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Well, no, they said this is in Whitehall, so it can't be Big Ben. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. Open up the country. Stop having it be closed. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Like those cool suits of armor that are here for no reason. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Yeah, I bet Ryunosuke seems like the type to forget where he is a lot. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. That's right. Ryunosuke spent the weeks on the boat since the last case studying law. I hope he didn't slack off, because he had like 5 weeks to get like a law degree. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. This dude's facial hair game is on point. He's got those mecha pilot sideburns. This dude was designed by Go Nagai. Oh! I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Hang on, I'm gonna need a bit to come up with a voice for this guy. He seems important. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. That's a good name, Male Strongheart. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. This guy, he's very theatrical. I respect it. I can respect theatricality. I have a room in my castle that's a lot like this. I've got, you know, my major inspirations include Dracula, so of course my castle has a big clock tower in it. Try to climb up it if you can, fools. Tell me about this terrible London place. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas. Gas. Even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Yes, technology you totally invented. You totally invented all that technology you just mentioned, not another country that's a little bit better. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Woo! That's a cool cane. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. I'm sure there won't be some murder there we have to solve later. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Actually, I think that is like an old British saying, like manifest destiny thing, a sun will never set. I'm pretty sure that's like a quote from something. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. I like how his, I forget what you call those ties, the kind of tie he has on with the two strings, but I like how they look like clock hands. It's like a bandola or something? A bandola tie? I forget. I see him a lot, like, southern, like, I see him a lot in, you know, like, southern people in the south of America. Like, yeehaw types. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Bolo tie, that's it. To inform me of the news. Bolo tie, that's right. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Stop looking at me with those big ol' eyes. His eyes are so intense. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then. The moment of truth. Let me do lawyer. I'll be lawyer. I know law. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Excuse me, sorry. Got a little thing caught in my throat. Ahem. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And there was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Susato. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? Let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything... Hang on, I'm sorry, I'm breaking into Southern a little there. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? I'm still trying to find this guy's voice. Like, I think it should be deeper and gravelier, but it's... My voice is just so soft and sweet, it's hard to do gravelly. Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Tell me about this test, you funny man. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, we know at least Ryunosuke isn't being accused this time. He showed up too late to be framed. Well, can I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course it's murder. When has a trial ever not been murder in Ace Attorney? Or if it didn't start as murder, it turned into a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? It does seem like this test is a little harsh for no reason. Like, surely there must be another ongoing case. It doesn't seem like it's being given in good faith. You're right, the Giga say. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. If it were me, I simply wouldn't lose, is what he's saying. Just parry it. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Well, I mean, it's either that or get sent home, and I really don't want to do that. I don't want to get sent home. The game will be over then, and I'd rather the game be afoot. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. I guess that's fair. Ryunosuke is kind of he's very nervous so far. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. He's got a point. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? He proved himself. That's the real test. It's approximately 22 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. I'm not going to tell you. The law system is very complicated. And if you ask too many questions, that could, jeopardize my position of power. Don't do that. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. I mean, I could do it, but you know. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Well, looks like we don't have any other options. We can't just let this guy hang. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful! From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Alright, she's got a point. Let's go to the Old Bailey. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and oh, it's just, that's right, I forget all the menus as Ryunosuke himself. Wow, it's a good thing this courthouse is laid out exactly the same as the one in Japan. I'd be really confused otherwise. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. It's not a lot of time to mount a defense, but I'll do what I can. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Where's our man? So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Oh, who is this Willy Wonka looking fucker? Who is this man? What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Oh, I think he's meant to be Irish. Hang on. This is hard. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? Oh, this is gonna be hard to figure out. Accents. We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and while in a strange, faraway land. Don't make that face ever again. That face is terrible. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. What is this? 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is to come along with me and stand here beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. One side of the screen should have dimmed. I don't know if the 3DS was capable of that. Well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. If this guy is so rich, why didn't he just hire a really good lawyer? So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. And an entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. This guy's definitely hiding some shit. I'm not gonna say he's guilty right away, but I'm definitely gonna say he's not as altruist as he seems. Altruistic. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Ha. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypts? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. I'm standing now. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? That's what I asked a second ago. Because he did it! That's the only explanation? Well, that's not what I'm thinking, but, not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? I, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barrack von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? Oh, that's not good. We've met our Edgeworth already, I see. So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to take stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Beric von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please, make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time? Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Prosecutor that scary must be really hot. Well, I guess we'll find out. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosimo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I like their hats, the bobbies. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosima. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. That's just usual Ace Attorney stuff. I wonder if we'll get an investigation phase in this, or if it's just a court trial all the way through. 18th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, we've got a jury. It's like the jury from Phoenix Wright versus Layton. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Her at that angle is exactly like that meme of the girl looking at that dude's tits. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I can't just help it. Oh, he's got a little armband with the... Oh my god, it's Dracula. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I'm not sure what to give. I'm not sure what kind of voice to give this guy. He has like a German name, but I don't know if I should give him a German accent. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nippon. Uh-oh. Don't. Nipponese. I mean, I don't know. Let's just not. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Alright, buddy, you're way too hyped up by your own sauce there. Ah, a cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of a murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? No, that doesn't sound like the British way at all, but, you know, whatever works for you. I'd like to think the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please let me go and play. I couldn't keep up with all of them. I was trying to give them different voices. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Oh, that knife guy looks almost like Lupin. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals there will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Alright. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they have it yet either. I don't know if they have it yet now. There was something Ace Attorney 4 made like a point about a jury, but I don't know if Japan, real Japan, ever actually went with that. That's right, I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passed the sentence according to law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly did the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor von Zeeks, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I'd thought you'd renounce your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? Very fancy. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is the case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh no! He got the shit stabbed out of him. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report, a report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. I sure hope they don't change this up on us in the middle of the trial. That would never happen. Crime scene photograph. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from the view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord, tilting so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order, order, order. I have to say it how it's spelled. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. This guy's very dramatic. He's very Phantom of the Opera. Wow, that's a lot of dudes. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Aw, he's cute. He's cute. That guy's cute. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnesses to the aforementioned incidents. I would trust Beppo with my life. Yeah, me too. He seems on the up and up, Beppo is. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. I love how they're all like different ages of the same guy. Like, we've got extremely old, middle-aged, and young. But they're all wearing really similar outfits and hats. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Alright. Witness testimony. It's in a fancier text now, because we're in London. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. He's so cute. As soon as I heard the screams, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves, the actual scene of the crime, that is. Well, this guy seems pretty reasonable so far, this prosecutor. I'm sure he'll reveal himself to be insane as soon as we press him a little bit. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I'm trying to make his voice deeper. I think he should be pretty deep, right? Wow, they just... Yeah, I guess they could just wheel it in here. I don't know how it fit through the doors. The doors are... Oh, those doors are pretty big, actually. Time to cross-examine a carriage? Well, I mean, those can't talk like parrots can. That's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers are seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylights. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. I hate his wig. Prosecution, you've snatched my wig! Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene censored as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponi stray to understand the intricacies of... Oh no! Oh no! He's racist too! I should have expected this. The intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Yeah, I'd need to take a deep breath after that one too, Ryunosuke. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. I love that. I love that animation. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Alright, I want to examine the evidence. Ooh, I like how it's stained glass. I wanna, Oh, that's right, I have the armband now. Yeah, Kazuma was wearing this. Those are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Lebanon, while journeying on the omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging. Okay. Yep. Let's, gloves. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Ah, that's true, I guess. Yeah, I definitely want to examine this. There's a lot going on here. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up there on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Ugh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Job Masters. Can I examine that? So this... Oh, okay, no, it just gives you the same one as before. Aha! The Phoenix Wright Omnibus. That's cute. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. I like how this is obviously like we're in the abstraction evidence examination zone, but I do like to imagine that, like, the court's just okay with them stepping in there in the middle of the trial when they're supposed to be doing a cross-examination. I guess they would have the right to examine it, though, wouldn't they? I don't know. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn on the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole expedition. I hear they got cat boys in there. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Oh, is there... Okay. This seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh, there's stuff in here. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Yeah, they are sitting on it. Okay, let's the blood stain. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and the seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. A crime of passion, huh? What does it say? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that... Oh, okay, it's the same poster. Yeah, the other poster looked different. I wasn't sure. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't seem to appear to be a handle or catch or of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin, at least. Oh, this is a tricky one. Is there anything else to examine in here? I gotta say, this game's making a lot better use of the 3D than 5 did. Like, actually being able to go into this cabin and examine it all around. Is there anything on the bottom? Oh, I can't go down that far. Okay. I think... Wait, what about this? Oh, no, that's the skylight. Okay. Thought I could click the sign. Okay, I think that's it. Let's just press all these statements. Maybe we can get some more info. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. For freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none. So, nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? If I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, that last bus that last bus for the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile, yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had plenty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Yeah, he's manlet's committing manlet crimes, full of rage. Let me check something, actually. So he was stabbed from the front. Does it really make sense that he was stabbed there if McGilded was sitting next to him? That doesn't seem like the most convenient way to stab somebody. They said he was right-handed, so if he was sitting next to him, he would have had to, like, reach across himself and stab McGilded. Like, he would have to full-body turn. I don't know. But I'm not sure if that's enough, you know? Reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or I'll fair... Sorry, that's a new slang term for me. I've never read that one. Or a fair dinkum, hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? Was the killer in the witness testimony wearing gloves? It didn't look like he was. I'll go back and check. I don't like the stinking rich, never have. Hey, this guy's pretty based. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little replicon of a man is no exception. Why does that man have a knife? I don't know. Why not? Well, he can't fool me. Okay. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. What? As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Listen, I hate the rich too, but this seems a little premature. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. Great balls of fire. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did, I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. Hey, he's not wearing gloves in that, you're right. I remember seeing the little gent right next there, sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you'd see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylights. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife! A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ah, please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. Yeah, he's very vampire, this Van Zeeks. Gotta ask if anyone's ever actually seen him outside. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Oh, the weak slappy. But there are M's everywhere. Yes! Like in Mason.
Objection!
Okay. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ah. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. A largest... I like that it's not a large knife. It's a large-ish knife. Like, bigger than the average knife, but not quite large. It's large-ish. That was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. Hang on. No, I wanna examine it. Let me examine it before you say I'm guilty. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, I like that he immediately corrected her with that. This is my boyfriend's sword, so it's okay. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Wow, that's really fancy. I'm pretty sure you can get this in Dark Souls or something. Ah, that looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese... What? Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Aw. Everybody... Oh, W. You've said it's W for Wumbo. Hang on. There we go. I bet that's gonna be the twist. It's not an M, it's a W, right? An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I would think. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, oh. It becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Never mind. I thought he might really, you know, maybe the W is important. Maybe, but, you know. I think Ryunosuke is smarter than we give him credit for. After all, if I say it, it has to be right. I don't know, it could be a W. It could be a W, you never know. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However... Oh, fuck. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish? Come on, guys, come on, we just started. I'm just a little guy. He's just a little guy, and it's his birthday. No, I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Bop. What? Come on. Hey, come on, guys. Listen. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give them hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... yeah, the British just love killing people. That's the real answer here. They just love putting people to death. Especially if they're not... especially if they're people different to them. This guy's Irish, so he's like a prime target. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Alright. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... But before we jump to conclusions, our first task would be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again. A little more carefully this time. Oh, I forgot to press his last statement.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger. So yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? I feel like what Von Zieks was doing there should be counted as leading the witness. Oh, God. My lord, I wish to speak. This guy just sounds like Strong Bad in my head. I know it's not really appropriate for the time, but he's a Strong Bad. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you, too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open... Key up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Oh, jeez. Alright, listen. Granny will back us up, I'm sure. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? I'm trying... I think Zeeks is like Alan Rickman in my head. That's what I'm going for. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have been in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some books? Some tea, Mother, please? A little chocolate? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Oh, I like this theme song. What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. Yeah, this doesn't really track for me. If Mason owed McGilded money, why would he kill him? He would want to ring him for whatever money he had left, even if it was very little, if he's so greedy, right? This doesn't really track for me. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? I mean, even if he had life insurance, I don't think... If McGilded, like, provided that insurance, I don't think he would really collect on that, would he? If he was just the one who sold the insurance? Is that how it works? Ooh, I'm thirsty. Excuse me. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? I don't know, dude, you're allowed to carry a sword in here. I don't think wine's that off track. But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. Oh, he's doing the classic Edgeworth. I have proof of everything, but I'm not gonna show you my entire collection of evidence first thing. I'm just gonna wait for you to make a deduction based on what you have and then trip you up. Ooh, I'm so smart. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Seems... Alright, buddy, chill out. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes a victim who owed 20 guineas. That's a lot. They said a guinea was like gold, right? I don't know if guineas are still a thing they use in England. I don't think so. I think guineas and like shillings and stuff are out of date, are old school. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Oh, fuck. Hey, come on. Still... maybe it's all for the best. Ah, well, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before... I don't stand for nonsense. Wait, hey, come on. Hey, come on. Hey. Hey. Listen. I feel like I didn't really get a good chance here. That was it. The last juror's decision. Ah, according to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Ah, the final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... all 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections? Mr. Zato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation of examination of the jurors at this point. Okay, I'm up. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has this tome you've there been resurrected? Ah! Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Otto? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. I don't know if this is a real thing, this summation examination. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Okay, what does that even mean, buddy? You're just saying racist things for the sake of it now. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Yeah. Joke's on you, Van Zieks. I don't have any self-respect. Not as a lawyer yet, anyways. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Well, might as well try everything, right? We've only been here for like 30 minutes. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached a decision. On what grounds? This guy looks like Pat. You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you'd rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. Especially when this guy's doing this face, he just looks like Lupin the Third. I don't really hold with all this justifying luck. Fucking oval head lady. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGuilty, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. I see. The jurors' contentions. Okay, so this is like we're cross-examining the jurors now. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guilt. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor beggars belief. She said it was on the floor. That's not right. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Yeah, it's like arguing with people on Twitter. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to be present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Oh yeah, let's intimidate some jury members, baby. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. And if we can identify any contradictory statements, we then contrast statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Double slap. I have to pull this off. Give him the 100-hand slaps. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Now I'm up here. I'm gonna examine that jury so fucking hard. The defense's rebuttal. Alright. I think I already have a good idea. Yeah, see? He says it's next to him. The old lady says he was on the floor. And he says prices above 4 pence. But if there's 4 of them, the price couldn't have totaled 20, right? 4 times 4 would be 16. So let's do the knife one first.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dear me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Oh, I like this animation. This is cool. It's like movies where the lawyer actually like walks around on the floor and stuff. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? Excuse me. Little sniffle. I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide by people telling lies. Now in West South Gloucestershire, they stab a fellow like this, But in southwest Gloucestershire, they stab a fellow like this. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer. Oh no! Wow! Using magic on us all! If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ah, they're ready to kill each other now. Well, that's what you want. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? No, because they found him sitting in the seat, right? He couldn't have fallen to the floor. The photograph shows him sitting up. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by... Yeah, the picture.
Take that!
This clear piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman? Oh, well, maybe not. Do you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of persuasion. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. But no one will need persuading about this. You're even worse than me. Ah. Two different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed 2 times. Oh, they only found a single stab wound in the evidence. On him. I should use the autopsy. See, I was thinking of it kind of backwards, because if he stabbed him on the floor secondly, then he should be on the floor and not sitting up. But I guess I'm thinking of it kind of backwards. Like, what if they just saw 2 moments in the reverse order? That was what they could counter with. There we go. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Where does Knife go? This guy's mind has changed a little bit easier. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. See? They haven't raised prices above 4 pence, but if there are 4 passengers and their fare totaled 20, then that would be more than 4 pence, right? It would be 5 each.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblade's mane and name, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. I like this pose. This pose is cool. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Sassy Katana, man. That's right. Don't get too confident, Ryunosuke. They'll surely pull out some bullshit. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the sale of scales. Yeah, it's pretty extravagant. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We all were in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Uh-oh. We're back to even. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. Bop! Oh, we're leaning towards innocent now, baby. Who's winning now? For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Can't believe you trusted Beppo. You get what you deserve. Old people can't be trusted. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Wait! That means... 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! I mean, we've won this one part. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said, shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Okay? Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I wonder if they'll have the same jury for every trial. I hereby... No spoilers, please. Don't spoil that. I'm just curious. I'm curiousing out loud. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Well, we've managed to make the trial continue. So I'm sure everything will get only more complicated. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh god, I'm thirsty again. He's not drinking it, though. He's just taking a little whiff. Oh. What is a man? Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Little Lord Van Zeeks! Ugh, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. I like that face she's making, the maid. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? Oh, he's doing the royal we. Very stuck up. So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh shit, he took off his cape. He really is Dracula. Bring forth the witnesses once more. He's seething, I can tell. He's really upset. He's not showing it. He's very good at hiding it, but he's definitely malding right now. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio dio, Wait, is he meant to be Italian? Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Alright, let's try it again. Let's rewind the tape. I only carried four passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Oh, I see, he just wanted more money. He filled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGildred stabbing the man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger, conferred into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Oh, he has eyes after all. Look at that. Look at his little eyes. The guild fare is 4 pence across the board. You knew that. And am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? Beppo's an Italian name, you believe? Huh, I've never heard it before. I just thought it was like a funny little nickname. It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. It's a good reply. Alright, let's hear about these misgivings.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 tenths too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat for fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone. Dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it never existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight? You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of the man at the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw what horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. He's so cute. I can't help it. Sorry.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, weren't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we waiting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. You think so?
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did it? Struce! Oi. What is this guy's deal?
Excuse me.
I don't know, he's always cold. I think it's just because he's old. He's got bad blood circulation. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that, eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Oh shit, I was matching. Hang on. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is. But it seems to have been the right answer, so it's fine. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. I like this guy's facial hair, it's pretty distinctive. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses... The danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. You're so right, bestie. So true, Oomphy. Yeah, I think he said hands, right? So let's present the gloves and see what happens. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't... And like, every... Like, they don't have pictures, but they showed, like, images that meant to represent the character's memory, and McGilded wasn't wearing gloves in those either. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among those witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as a reason. Yeah, I already did that. Don't worry.
Objection.
Yeah, there we go, the gloves. Blood-soaked. Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Oh, he's sassy again. Ryunosuke's got some confidence back. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Ah, but, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then? Ah. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Ah. Yeah, I really like them bringing back the multiple witnesses thing from the Layton crossover too. It was fun. That was the funnest thing added to that game. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection.
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. We'll be getting rid of that in like 20 years. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society won't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Yeah, I wonder what a banker would have against a moneylender. I wonder. Actually, let me check something. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. I bet we might find his name in here, right? Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder... I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Alright, let's see here. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. I knew it. Should that mean something to me? It does sound so strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? That's exactly the same amount Mason owed. Interesting. And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Glad I checked this. I had my instincts are strong, minions. Never doubt my instincts when it comes to the law. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Ah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This is for sure.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ah, well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of a murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Ah! That dude, he's gonna, like, eat that cane. He's hungry. Order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Ugh, so you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. I swear you hear the lawyer say that like 50 times in a court case, and then it happens. Just not the first time you say it. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything to myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying what the man saw me do it. Blah, 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 blah. I'm chewing on my cane, my mouth is full. Don't do that. Don't talk with your mouth full. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Alright. What the witnesses really saw.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, there's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. Oh no, he's this poor guy. You've got a little problem then, huh? A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Wait, so you took the money from the bank too? I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilda's gloves has any signs of blood on it. Yeah, there's multiple crimes going on here. Like, we got a Russian doll of crimes. It's gambling, overdrawing or so. I guess getting in too much debt isn't really a crime unless you default. Hoping this guy gets owned. I don't know if that's necessarily a crime. Lying on the stand is a crime for sure, though. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Let me check that. Yeah, the carriage has that little compartment in it for the driver's stuff. Interesting. Did anyone mention I don't know if we're at a good time for fingerprints. Right? Are there any fingerprints on the knife?
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir, very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Well, wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus servant of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Ah!
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? I'm thinking the little compartment, right, in the cabin. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You are riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, not just compartment, they wouldn't have been able to see the chair the compartment is under. There is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been stuffed? Or situated, sorry. Definitely here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. Your Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Please stop calling him Nipponese. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who would it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Let's look at people. Probably have to be McGilded, right? Is there an M name in the ledger? That's a good point. I don't know if we can examine the ledger that depthly. Like, maybe the only name we could... Like, there might have been only one name we were allowed to find in it. Yeah, it's just gonna tell us the fair play one again. The defense would like to put forward a name. Where is he getting more glasses from? You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, Counsel. Defense is still to name the passenger in the other seats. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, this person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Yeah, there's only one real option. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. McMagnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zykes! People talk to of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless Woo, wow! Such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the facts. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation? Well, McGilded said he was asleep. How would he have known that there was someone else in the cabin? They could have gotten on after he fell asleep, locked the door so no one else could get in. Because they both said, First and Fairplay both said the cabin was locked when they tried to get on. So, McGilded Mason, mysterious third person, got in the cabin, locked the third person locked the door after they started moving after McGilded fell asleep, and then those two got on. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ah. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand? Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGild is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, we definitely gotta get McGilded on the stand. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Von Zeke's getting owned. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Smack his nuts. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. So is he gonna be, like, between all those guys, or is he gonna be by himself? Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Oh no, I try to log off Twitter when there's discourse. To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Is it true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way you involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are so easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That's... I don't know. You don't know? I will. The wheat thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the courts. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! I can't see anything through all the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. What the hell is... What? This is... I didn't expect this. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. This is getting a little wild. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Wow. It's quite a turn of events I was not expecting. Wow. Ba. That was quite a turn of events, minions. I'm not sure what to expect from this point on. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want a new one. There we go. I don't know if we'll finish this case tonight or not, but I'm definitely still interested in seeing where this goes with the time we have left. 18th February, 12:52 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Did Herlock Sholmes try to make a dramatic entrance? We haven't seen him recently. Well, maybe. I'm gonna say maybe not, but we'll have to find out, huh? What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Miss Suzato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long, but who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? Why, thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems that there were in 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Suzato. Yes! She's very excited about this. 18th of February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Who's this? There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded, look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young girl is involved in this case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. It's true, it would have been nice to have been told things. This guy could have told us stuff. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Sorry, I can't do Irish very well. I'm just trying to imitate Scrooge McDuck a little. But he's Scottish, so it's not really working. I don't know if he's Scottish or Irish. It's hard to tell. Begora's like, ooh, he's a wee little lass, Begora. That's like Irish. That's Irish stuff, I think. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Sure would have been nice if you said that from the beginning. If you just helped me out here. Yeah, Scrooge is Scottish, that's what I meant. Like, that's just what I associate with that kind of accent, even though I know they're totally different. I just think of Scrooge McDuck when I see, like, rich guy from the UK, you know? Is it? No, Glomgold's Scottish too, I think. Yeah, and he's got a top hat and everything. You'll have to excuse my mistake. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Right, he said he falls asleep in the carriage a lot. And when we first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the opposite side, the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Van Zeeks has just been ellipses the whole time. Then begorra.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. Right. I figure the girl was maybe... Well, no, he was sitting on the seat that opens into a little compartment. So she couldn't have hidden there because that's where he was sitting.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? Tat, I did. On the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? What is this chuny eye thing he likes doing? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Von Zix. Now what would that be? It's not ah, it's ah! Which is, that's like an Irish thing too, I know that. You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. They're different auras, is what I'm saying. It's ara versus... It's ara versus ara. Ala ala. Well, no, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. Well, I'm just trying to illustrate the differences, Celestial Cage. It's, you know. So I do try where it's all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. There was that wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, that scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up, it came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? Oh, so she was hiding in the little compartment. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. Well, we already examined that. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found it. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I guess it couldn't hurt to examine one more time. I'm in. Oh, there's blood on the floor. I didn't look at that before. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? I think Van Zieks is... There's no way Van Zieks knew about all of this beforehand, but he might be leading us into a weird trap. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Wait, there was stuff in here before. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Wait, yeah, there was stuff in here before. We looked in here before and there was stuff. What happened between now and then? Was Was the girl in here too? But we didn't see her. There was like, you know, equipment for the cab man, like horseshoes and stuff. I actually did examine both posters. They have the same description even though they look different. Interesting. All right.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there, and set her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. That's an expression I've heard before. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You say this young girl you sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Is that Artoria? She does have a similar haircut going on. We'll have to find out. She's got like the little loop on the back, right? Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilden. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled over the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Oh, Lestrade is the name of the police captain from the original Sherlock stories. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief. I wonder if she was related. She's related to Lestrade of the original Sherlock stories. Order, order. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. What you Gunslinger. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? She's fucking gone. She fucking booked it. Ah, the girl. She's gone. Open your eyes. Oh, she's right here. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I knew what you lot were thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. Oh, I'm sorry. She's Luke. Oi, Professor. I've gotta get that in my voice. Oi, Professor. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Yeah, she's, you know, British street urchin. That's why she's like, oi, governor! That's her accent. Poor Ryunosuke. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I am a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, innit? I like the pink best. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. I hope she fires one at Zeke's. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Alright. Fucking... the jokesters over here. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, I can't see a blind thing in that hidden place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Oi, governor. Oi, where's your smoke gone, license? Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilden. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think that a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yeah, there was stuff in there. What happened to the stuff that was in there? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your actions would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. Yeah, I feel like this whole, oh, I'm so altruistic is a bit of an act when he's a shithead loan shark. He just likes the good publicity, right? My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Hey, alright, this is good for me. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yeah, I imagine being, like, really charming is, the loan shark's MO in general. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Yeah, eat shit, Van Zeeks. What are you gonna do now? Definitely not the same thing I did earlier. Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Yeah, he did it! I do this all the time. I'm definitely this flexible with my legs, too. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. the big steppy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? Oh, he's got his leg off there now. Back to using hands. The witness's later statement gave us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Yeah, I did make a note of that. I didn't think this would turn out to be in his favor, though. I thought it would turn out to be mine. Order, order. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Yeah, put the leg back up. I want to see that again. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure. The young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Sorry. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on the matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment on the seat in the omnibus? Yeah, we already know it wasn't empty. Lying will get us nowhere. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least... When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Allah, be weist. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Deep breaths, Ryunosuke. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. He's seething. The short man do be seething. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest to admit that you might have been mistaken? Am I? I think he's threatening me, minions. I don't think that'll go over well for him. You can't threaten me. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Yeah, submit the forged evidence, Phoenix. His great-great-grandpa isn't that dumb. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Oh, wait, no, you don't have to change it. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. Oh boy. They're just going back and forth, aren't they? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Alright, we're cross-examining once again. Oh god, this is still the same one. Lots of things have happened.
Hold it!
Guess I'll just keep pressing on. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's the run idea, innit? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Thank you for deciphering that slang for me, Ryunosuke. I had no idea what that girl said. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And now a little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slipped into the carriage and got myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own and that God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permits? Oh yeah. Well, that's what me kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Did you mean to tell us that you were posted in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire cabin while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. Right, Professor. To be sure, I was shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child, now do you? Yeah, it feels like since 4 Ace Attorney games have been experimenting with like noticing witness faces and stuff. Like Apollo kind of has that gimmick with his bracelet, and this one just has the paying attention to other witnesses on the stand. So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blowing thing in that holding place. It's pitch in there. Oops, I want to go back.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a short. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I got under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Olsen's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say that there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out into there. Nothing else for it. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, do you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. What? Wait, hang on. I pushed up the cushion and added quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up with the bloke what and had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never risk looking.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ah, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Even the horses were drawn up smartish, as this here Irishman says to me. Get back under the seat. I'll see what you can get away later. I am very talented. I could have been a voice actor, but that's hard work. I like it when people wait on me hand and foot. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they're all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Alright, let's look carefully. Oops, went too far. This one's a little tricky. Because I think what we're trying to do is not disprove what she's saying, but find a piece of evidence that proves what she's saying. To prove she couldn't have been the murderer.
Objection!
No, that's not it. This is tough. I think this is the important statement right here.
Hold it!
I don't think I missed McGilded reacting to anything. Hmm. Yeah, all the stuff has been taken out. That's weird. It's got something to do with this, I'm sure. Hmm. Maybe the gloves? Because that would... No, hmm.
Hold it!
Let me see if he reacts to something. I might have missed it.
Hold it!
This is a tough one. This guy is just like stone-faced. Oi. Oh, I must have missed this earlier.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McIlden? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lassie's all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, it was. I see, yes. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. Thanks, Ryunosuke. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah? I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Only Miss Lestrade had heard something and might have given us a new vital clue. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel, nevertheless. Alright, buddy, chill out. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What, supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. So she heard the bang.
Hold it!
Don't you lecture me with your fancy talk. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so you didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat in which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, with you Adam and Eve, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, you see?
Excuse me.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would that be? Oh, sorry, I was still getting Cockney. Do you have something to say about that last statement? No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what she said. Kind of you to ask still and all. Here, have yourself a tip. Thanks? Does he think I was asking after his general well-being? I gotta hear the rest of what she said now.
Hold it!
I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, you see? But would he? Not likely. Even though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Yeah, wait. If Mason got on, how did she not hear the door open? Because we know Lestrade got on before they even put the horse. They attached the horses. She was there from the very first stop. McGilded got on, quote unquote, first because he didn't know Lestrade was there, and then Mason must have come on after him. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Eh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Rianowski, think! Bop, bop, bop. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Yeah, she would have had to have heard him getting on. Thrice-fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order, order. Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah, we know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah! Oi! Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. What is this laugh? It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh, Granny's about to change her mind again. Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Yeah, this grandma wants to see someone fucking dead. And now. And neither can I. But Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh boy. We're back to this. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Ooh, I got another glass. I have so many. Oh. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. For the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? I don't know what Amadan means. This is carnage. It's perfect. Alright, Jack. Chill out, Mr. Reaper. Mr. The Ripper. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, hang on, wait.
Hold it!
Yes, hold it is what I should have said. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Well, nobody knows he's a loan shark somehow. They're just like, oh, he's rich and nice and bought a park. How did he get his money? Don't worry about it. Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? I think I have an idea. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. It's one of these two. Let me check the court record real quick. Is there like a way to open this from the outside? Like, my thought is, what if someone up top dropped the body inside, right? And that's why there's a blood stain on the floor, right? Lestrade heard a big thud, right? How does stabbing someone make a big thud? Someone falling on the floor after being stabbed, surely from a sitting position even, surely wouldn't cause that much of a clamor. Right? They can open it from the top, right? Is that latch there? Yeah, maybe I can examine the latch itself. Like, if I could zoom in a little, this would be helpful. No, it's just giving me the window description again. No, see, I specifically checked the window from the inside. It said there was no way to open it from the inside. But I can check again. Well, no, because Mr. McGilded said he picked him up and put him into a sitting position. Can't be opened from inside. Alright, I've got 3 chances. I'm gonna take a guess on they dropped him from above the skylight. Because I don't think he could have been in there already. Surely Gina would have noticed that, would have said that if she, like, because she got in before anyone. So if he was already in there, surely Gina would have said something about that. The door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the closed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. What on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? Right there.
Take that!
I think I'm right on this. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However...
Objection!
Shut up. The skylight may very well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilden? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... It is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Ah, more witness tampering. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Huh? Oh my goodness, surely not. These two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Oh, they're the murderers, maybe. Hello, we're taking the stand again. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What is this animation? Why is he a horse? This is a flaming outrage. I have good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker. And me, a very, very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, it's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses! Yeah, he's eating his cane. He's doing that earlier. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. Ah, it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Von Zeeks. 'Twas the offense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all the protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In all British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we waiting time for? Get them to testify! I thought we were something fishy about that from the moment I had laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish on our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify. I like how that's voiced. That's cute. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Oi, where's your testifying license? Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? Hooliganism, yeah, I like that word. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. Oh, he wanted this for sure. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the either of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Yeah, I'm not sure why this dude's like acting a horse. I don't get that. Horses aren't even part of his gimmick. He's a hatter. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. You're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking wrench. This guy is based. I like this. Juror number 3, you're a good guy. Something doesn't feel right here. You think he's doing an old-timey fisticuffs routine? Well, it's like making horse clopping noises. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. I already have a couple ideas, but we'll press to see if we get anything new. Absolutely not. Dick it! No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without a doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all, Ah. Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You'd do well to remember that. He didn't make a noise. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly? Is this some kind of a lark? Is this some kind of a joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'm glad we got this guy to translate British slang for me. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I can tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things! I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Ah, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. Yeah, we did establish that they couldn't see him from the rooftop, or that they saw... The person they saw was Lestrade. If I am a suspect in the case, then it is only fair that you and the other are fain are too. Open and free competition is what the capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, no. Not once. Never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways could I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Oh, what does this guy have to say?
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, Counsel? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another. Ah. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? Well, what do you want with me, sir? You do making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, it's still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many me customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as Rice-Fired Mason. Ah. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for my lord. This, you mean? He does... Yeah, that is a pretty distinctive stitched together design. I can't help thinking the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is, so it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. A sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. It's weird how this guy's... Like, I don't think there's ever been a witness in an Ace Attorney case who's like this, who's like, yeah, I figured some stuff out on my own. This is interesting. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilden has certainly been through in this research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you.
Hold it!
Yeah, just a funny little thought. I'm just contributing to the case. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you'd understand. Ah, now you hold on a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke the wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Alright, buddy. You didn't need to go into that much detail. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame.
That ain't.
But you can open it from the outside, I bet.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight that is what we're talking about, right? Please don't shoot me again. All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out me ears. Miss Lestraw, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Yeah, it shoots smoke bombs. She was shooting smoke bombs at the judge in Ryanosuke earlier. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, slap his nuts. Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Yeah, I saw the latch earlier. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? Order! 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 So, it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Well, there's our proof right there. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Can I go inside while it's still open? Well, let's open it. Oh, okay, I already read this. So the skylight's open, and look at that. Blood on the floor, right where something could have fallen through. That's blood. Yeah.
Objection!
Oh. No, there wasn't something... Alright, let me check. There's nothing on the edge of the skylight. Oh wait, there is! There's blood. Maybe I have to go inside? I'm trying to examine the blood. There we go. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Why didn't I have to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo? Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There we go. Now I can present that. There we go.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof, here in this courtroom. Counsel, my lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? Okay, gotta look up. You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. A murder here, localized entirely in this omnibus at this time of year? Yes. May I see it? Yes.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. Misgilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! Order! Order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof's deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there, if the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean? Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Now, the bloodstain. 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is... What? No. But it can't be. It's all... lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. Sir, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Oh, of course. Wouldn't be that easy. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. Oh, it's another... Let me guess. McGilded paid Lestrade, when she set off the smoke bomb, to take the stuff out of the carriage and put a fake bloodstain on the thing. That's why Zeeks hadn't mentioned the bloodstain. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But, are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilden's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to connect the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Counsel? Huh? Oh, no! I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife see it? Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Mr. McGilded is dirty for sure. He's dirty as hell. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think... Yeah. Gina set off the smoke bomb, planted some stuff, or took some stuff out of the carriage. Easy as can be. I might be here to defend this guy, but I'm not going to abide by lies. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. This is like... So we're getting to the Ace Attorney moment, right? Where defense and prosecution start working together a little bit. We did that with Edgeworth back in the old days. Because we gotta work together to find the real truth. That's what they always say in those other games. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yep. Yep, I remember. Yep, she set off the smoke bomb, tampered with the carriage, and booked it. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, speed, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? For feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Yeah, we had stuff in there before. He's right. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. But we investigated it. Does that not count? Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who sought to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Zeeks didn't mention the splatter on the floor before. I get that that wasn't there before. My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. Yeah, I never saw it when I investigated the first time, and I specifically like dialogue about how Zeeks hasn't mentioned it before, even though it seems important. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim to have appeared at some point during the trial? I've gotta look. Let me look down. There we go. Got it! If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Yeah, unlike certain members of his family later on the line, Ryunosuke isn't so easily tricked by fabricated evidence. I honestly don't know if this guy is guilty or not at this point. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ya. Memory? Recollection? What people think they saw? 'Tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I had thought better of Lord Von Zieks. Well, my lord... I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previously non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we've explored every possible avenue on this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at this moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? What? Hey, will this be an Ace Attorney first? The defendant is actually guilty? Well, there was that... Never mind, there was that one time in Ace Attorney 2. And Ace... This is kind of different? Are they gonna make... Is this guy really guilty? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexpected inconsistencies? Yeah, Don't spoil Ace Attorney 2, but there was that one time. Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... This is interesting. Do we think he's guilty or not? What do we think, chat? Minions, be my lawyering team here. You're my defense team. You're all members of my defense team here, Minions. Do we think he's guilty or not? I certainly believe that he tampered with the evidence, but does that mean he's guilty or that he's trying really, really hard to get out of it? What do we think? You don't think he's guilty of this crime? Maybe. He's innocent-ish. Yeah, that's what I'm leaning toward. He didn't do the murder. He's just an asshole who's willing to tamper with evidence to get off. But what I'm asking, though, is... Like, right now, is he innocent? You know? We think he might be innocent overall, right? But is there more to this case? Because if we say he's innocent, the trial could end right now. Right? That's what I'm saying. Does the trial end here or not? This is interesting. Juice the content of the game. Like, do we have... What I'm asking is there reasonable doubt about his innocence? Because if there's doubt, then the trial probably has to continue. I mean, I could just save and reload, you know. Let's just do a little save, just in case. Safety save? Let's say the defendant... I think we're leaning towards this, right? The defendant could be guilty. I don't think he's guilty overall. The prosecution doesn't have any more to present. How could it continue? Well, I guess we'll find out. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest to fully to the defendant's innocent. See, Rinosuke's saying here exactly what I was thinking. There's reasonable doubt still about his innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the point I was trying to make earlier. Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you out of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. Well, what do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. He's having a grand old time, this guy. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish would be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. You said that like 3 times now, Granny. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept that defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. Is it really gonna end here? Is this it? Like this would be a weird first for Ace Attorney, like a case that's kind of inconclusive and unsatisfying? We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the courts. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand old waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Oh, that's a tough one, huh? Magnus McGilded. Oh, good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. We're something to be looking forward to, then. Ha 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 ha. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Wow. I did not expect this to end this way. Doesn't feel very satisfying. Guys, we don't really need the fireworks this time. I've noticed something about the cases in this game so far, is that they've all ended kind of unsatisfyingly. Right? The British lady in the first case basically got away with it. We concluded she was a murderer, but because she was an exchange student, they couldn't sentence her in Japan. The second case was basically just a tragic accident. And this case, the guy managed to get away with tampering with the evidence, which is not okay, even if he wasn't guilty. So we don't even know for sure. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. I get the feeling this is what the game is trying to make a point about, that, well, it's not perfect, these systems, huh? With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Not feeling too good about this win. I don't know about you guys. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Like, yeah, they even set up, like, a pretty compelling mystery. How did this guy die in the cabin? And, we don't know. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? Yeah, Mr. Mason, he was totally innocent, too. We don't even know that. He was just like a poor brickmaker. What did he do to deserve this? The sole aim for the defendant is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Oh, come on, man. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl's with him, too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Wow, they actually contextualize that this time. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Well, ha 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 ha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? Yeah, see, even before the trial, he's like, yeah, all I need you to do, because he didn't know us who we were at the time. He's just like, all I need you to do is stand there, right? So he had it all figured out from the beginning. I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilden, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh, aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now, the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of the wages with all the taxes I pay. That's a lie. This dude definitely doesn't pay taxes. Wahahaha! It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, be weist. You're humble people, are ya? You're from the East. Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? Yeah, he's definitely paying off these bobbies. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. Yeah, he's gonna examine the fuck out of that omnibus, huh? So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. What a scumbag. And there he goes. A free man. Oi! Oh, I forgot she was here too. No, don't shoot me. Wait, come on. Hey, do I got time to dodge? No. Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ain't all grown-ups. I don't know. Ryunosuke's like 21. Ah, there you are. Oomst. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Okay. She's got a bigger one. Hang on. There we go. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. She does have the same goggles as Sholmes, yes. I remember seeing her in, like, magazine scans for the original release of this game. I think she, like, makes stuff for Sholmes. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more whites. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it, what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Humph. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that she wants us to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. She's got a cute outfit. We'll be leaving now then, bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we hadn't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. Oh well. You're gonna be poor forever, Ryunosuke. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Yeah, there's definitely going to be more to do with Mr. McGilded. Oh, I didn't expect a cutscene. Oh.
What's going on?
Oh. Oh no, who could have seen this coming?
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already
Oi.
engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh no, who could have... Oh. Oh fuck, someone's actually stuck in there.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Si
Oh. This can't be.
Well... I wasn't expecting that. That's quite a cliffhanger. Oi, where's your fire-starting, evidence-destroying, witness-murdering license? That's, interesting. Well, the plot thickens, eh, minions? Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. That was a lot of fun, though. I was not expecting a case like that. That's pretty wild. So, yeah. We'll continue tomorrow and see where things go, because I am intrigued. I love intrigue. Good amount. This is a very heavy amount of intrigue, and I love it. So, yeah, the plot continues to thicken. We'll find out who got trapped in that carriage tomorrow. See what's going on. The case continues. Like, I guess the idea is that this was just like part one of the actual case. It did a little trick. It tricked you a little bit. Now the case is going to turn into a real Ace Attorney case where we might have to do actual investigating next time. But this game has been surprising me a lot with its structure compared to previous Ace Attorney games. So who knows? It's kind of up in the air. And that's exciting. It's fun. So if you liked what you watched, consider joining the Discord where you can stay on the up and up about all the happenings in the Rose Rabbit Army, discuss things with your fellow members, and just, have a nice chill time as we conquer the world together, you and me. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Great Ace Attorney. And we'll see if this Ace Attorney is truly ace and great. Good night.